Should be there now. Hey man, no, there's no you don't need to. Ba ba da 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 da. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all having a great start to the day here. Let's kind of get after it here a little bit, right? Looks like it's going to be a mixed messaging day here so far. So let's see if we can get kind of a really clean look, right? Or kind of nice price action here today. Need to be a little bit cautious, right, with this gap down. So we have a lot of bullish momentum here that's kind of been built up over the last, say, 6 trading sessions. And every time we kind of have those pullbacks, right, and breakouts, okay, it certainly can go, right? We got that evidence here March 17th, right, March 18th, even the 21st. But we want to be a little bit cautious, right, that we're not chasing after this if that momentum is not there, right? So we want to see this thing pump on strong volume. We want to see this thing move on that really strong, outlier candle. And then we're going to have a good opportunity to kind of chase this thing up. So SPY, right, we're looking for breakouts over that 450.55. And then this thing can run towards that 452.50, 453.50, right, 455 zones. But like I said, right, just need to be a little bit cautious that we don't run out of momentum by the time it gets there. Very similar narrative here on QQQ, right? Good daily candle, kind of bad volume, kind of bad gap down here this AM. So it's like 1 out of 3, right, kind of positive with a very strong trend kind of supporting this move. That being said, right, if we're able to break above that 358 area, starts to move $2 at a time towards that, 362, right, 363 zones. So again, there is space here, but we need to make sure that the right risk reward profile sets up, the right candle step in to defend that volume. And then we have a really good indication of that momentum being there and that momentum being strong before anything else sort of happens, right? Apple, very similar narrative here as the indexes too, right? Good daily candle shape, bad daily volumes, decreasing daily volume, okay, but strong candle, a little bit of a gap down, a little bit of a mixed narrative, right? Or you're kind of getting 2 different types of stories here. So we're going to be looking for a breakout over this 170.50 for a move towards that, say, 172, right, 173.40, and then that 175 mark. In between this area here, right, kind of this green box, we kind of have a bunch of half levels. So we kind of have resistance 169.55, right, 169.80, 170.50. So there's too many half levels in there to kind of have a reasonable risk reward profile on the old QQ or on the old Apple. So want to see that 170.50 break. If it does, on conviction, that's where we're going to have the highest expectation of there being sort of that outlier strong volume, right? Or kind of getting that opportunity for that best risk reward follow through. So definitely seems like there is some potential here. Definitely seems like there is some momentum, but let's see it clear this kind of chop zone. And then we're going to have a really good opportunity here on Apple. Tesla's the best looking setup here pre-market in my opinion. I love the way this thing is setting up. I love the way this thing is sort of looking, right? Compared to sort of the other names that we've looked at here so far, right? Apple, SPY, QQQ. We have that kind of strong volume profile, right? So we got that full body bullish candle, right? So we're getting that across the board, but then we're getting that outlier volume. So compared to Apple, right, which is well below average, QQQ well below average, and SPY well below average, Tesla actually showed us that relative sign of momentum compared to sort of these other index plays. So now, right, 6 days of strength here, plus we've got that building momentum, plus we have that building volume, right? Gives you a little bit more indication or a little bit more confidence that that strength is still here in Tesla. Doesn't mean it can't break down, absolutely can, but we have a lot more momentum here to the upside than to the downside. So it's easier for us to argue that the path of least resistance is to the upside, right? So I'm gonna be looking for a breakout and hold of this 10,005 area, right? So $1,000. See if that thing can break and hold there. If it can, then we have very thin resistance up towards that 10.15, 10.24, and then that 10.30 mark. So we can definitely afford to be a little bit patient here. Just more of a question on if things are going to set up to be perfect, if things are going to look absolutely fantastic, and if they do, right, Tesla's going to be great. Maybe a little bit of a concern that we're not as close to that $1,000 barrier here pre-market as one would like. That for me maybe slows things down just a little bit, but Tesla can move that $20, no problem. So maybe not going to be a move that we get off the opening 10 minutes or off the opening 5 minutes, but something to look out for maybe 30 minutes into market open or an hour into market open. Again, right, we're going to be kind of victims almost, not victims, not the right word, but we're going to be waiting for I don't know why I said that. We're going to be waiting for just that right volume profile, right, on any breakout. We need to see that building momentum. We need to see that sign of strength. If we can get it, if we can get there, then we're going to have a lot of fun. If we can't, we're going to struggle, and we're just not going to get sort of any of that follow through to the upside. Same thing though, like the indexes, we want to see the indexes cooperating on any move, especially QQQ. If Tesla's pumping and the indexes aren't going to have that, or I'm going to struggle to have that expectation of getting that really easy follow through. Microsoft, right? Kind of disappointing daily volume there again, like all the other names that we've sort of talked about besides Tesla. So I'd like to see this thing, give us that pop, right? Again, 6 days of kind of strength here that have not been invalidated by any sort of bearish narrative. So it's very challenging for me to sell off or kind of pump into this kind of downside momentum, right? So for me, I'm looking for bullish breakouts here still on this Microsoft, right? And would like to see this sort of trend line continue to hold on any breakout. So if we can get a move above that 305.50, right? We have that initial level towards that 306.40. If we can get that initial breakout here, right? Maybe we need to be careful about this risk reward profile, right? Like 90 cents, maybe not going to get there, but above that 306.40 starts to move towards that 308, 309, 310 targets pretty quickly, and certainly could be a little bit more momentum there than say somewhere else. Again, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. We'll see where this relative strength steps in, but definitely looks like there is some momentum here or some opportunity here for us to get a little bit of follow through if that volume steps in. Now, we've seen a lot of kind of volume divergence setups, right? Or maybe even some weakness or potentially even a little bit of opportunities to kind of play volume divergence breakdowns, but we're not really seeing any clean setups, right? Well, AMD is kind of the outlier or the sort of opposite of that, right? If we can break down under this 113.50, starts to have room down towards that 112.60, right? 110.60 and then 110 areas. Nice little setup here, right? Top of your kind of range, right? This kind of channel that we're in. So top of the channel, reject back in, a little bit of indecision, unable to break out and hold. Kind of the same volume profile there as the Monday, right? Tuesday gave us the same thing as Monday. So we can at least make the argument that bears are maybe more likely to kind of step in and win here versus something like SPY or QQQ, right? We're not selling into the trend here. So if markets go red, if markets sell off, something like this AMD is definitely going to be very interesting for me, right? Very similar narrative here on this Nvidia, right? So Nvidia would like to see this thing break down and show us some conviction here under this like 259.50. If they can break down on volume, right, kind of 2 candles of consecutive indecision, if it can break down on volume, certainly looks like it could have room down towards that 255, but at least compared to say that AMD, right, these volume profiles, March 16th, March 18th, right, March 21st, just a little bit stronger than what we see here. So if we're looking at relative strength to the downside, AMD probably looks a little bit stronger compared to something like this Nvidia, but right, same thing. We kind of want both of these names to be giving us similar looks and to be behaving in a similar way. If they do, right, there's strength in that sort of, in those numbers, right? When all these names that are sort of same sector are kind of selling off, right, or same type of company are selling off, creates a little bit more momentum. So Nvidia might be a little bit more challenging because it's not the easiest of trends to sell against, but definitely be one to watch, right, as we kind of see how things want to behave to the downside. So we're going to have a few other names here that potentially want to step in and kind of show us how they want to behave. But we need to be a little bit cautious here still this AM. Let's see where that relative strength steps in. Let's see where that relative strength lies. And then we're going to have a really good opportunity to kind of crush it and dominate here today. I'm not going to rush trades. I'm not going to force trades, right? If we have to be patient, if we have to sit on hands, so be it, right? That's going to be part of what our advantage is. But I'm not going to rush things, guys. I'm not going to overtrade. I'm not going to force plays that aren't there. What happens sometimes when we get those kind of bullish trends and then those sort of big gap downs is it just removes a lot of the momentum that is available in these stocks. Now, today we also have the expectation of there being a few meme plays, right? Something like AMC definitely showing us a little bit of momentum. Something like GME definitely going to show us a little bit of a chance here as well, right? Gapping up towards those 130 marks. But these aren't really names that I particularly trade, and I think the implied volatility on these moves is going to be a little bit crazy here this afternoon, this morning, right, during this sort of trading session. So being cautious, being patient. If the volume becomes incredible here, we'll take a look. But I'm guessing the implied volatility is going to be extremely expensive. And I'm going to struggle to think that we're going to get an opportunity to get paid on a move here. We'll see where the relative strength lies, right? That's what we're waiting for here this morning. But Tesla looks really good to the upside. AMD looks really good to the downside. So we kind of have a way to play setups in either direction. And let's just kind of wait and see where that sort of strongest name is. If things are strong, right, if we get that momentum, hopefully we get a really good opportunity to take advantage of some moves. But like I said, guys, we're not going to force things that aren't there. For those of you guys who are guests, right, are checking out DTR for the first time, say hello, introduce yourselves, pop questions into the chat. Whatever I can do, I'm here to help. So just ask away, right? Whatever I can do, like I said, guys, I'm here to help. So let's have ourselves a really strong day. Let's be really disciplined traders. Let's focus and control the things that we can control. And then everything else will sort of take care of itself here this AM. We have about 19 minutes here until market open. So I'm going to go make myself a quick cup of coffee, spend a minute or two sort of visualizing a successful trading day. Then I'll get back here and do a quick little pre-market rundown before the day starts. If there's any charts you're looking at, any setups you're looking at, pop them in the chat and we'll sort of go over it. You know, if anything that you want, like levels mapped out, whatever, pop it in the chat. We'll go over it. Otherwise, guys, just going to do just spend a few minutes just getting my mind where it needs to be for this trading day. And then let's get absolutely ready to crush it here this morning. So let's get back to it here a little bit, right? It looks like it's going to be a mixed signal morning here, right? We definitely have a lot of bullish momentum that's now being sort of slowed down just a little bit with this gap down, right? That certainly complicates things just a little bit. We don't really have any economic news to be concerned about here today. There's not really anything that's, Mary Daly speaks at 12, but like that's not a huge concern. I can't imagine the Fed saying anything different or crazier than what Powell said just a couple days ago, right? He was talking about how he doesn't mind if the markets want to hike by 50 basis points if it's appropriate, right? He's going to be willing to do that. I can't imagine anyone else coming out and saying anything more aggressive or saying anything that would, like people would put more stock into it, right? That for me is kind of how it looks. We need to be a little bit cautious though. There's still a little bit of some narratives in this market that could become just a little bit confusing. So we need to, like with this gap down, right? In this run up, we've seen, okay, gap down, it can still break out, right? Gap down, it can still break out. Gap down, it can still break out. But we need to make sure that on any volume or on any move where it actually does, that we've got that right volume profile. We have that right candle profile. And realistically, we're probably not going to get that on like a 5-minute time frame or the 15. We're probably looking at this to give us that confirmation on one of these longer time frames. So we need to be a little bit cautious, need to be a little bit patient here still, as long as price action kind of continues to hover around this 447.30 area. QQQ, right? Very similar story. Okay, good full body candle, bad volume profile. So hard to say that this is that building momentum, right? So we don't see that building momentum and then have that gap down, right? So it creates another little piece of friction for us, right? So we have to reestablish a momentum. We have to reestablish a breakout. We have to reestablish all that sort of strength, which we just don't have here yet, right? So we need a little bit more information. We need a little bit more volume pop before this thing looks particularly tradable. That being said, right, QQQ has a little bit of potential here, right? This is 6 days of relative strength, now breaking out past its trend line. So if this thing can hold, break out, and pop, definitely looks like there is room up towards, say, that 360, 370, 365 zone. Excuse me. Apple, right? Similar narrative like we're getting on the index level, where things aren't exactly giving us a huge sign of momentum as we approach a spot where there's kind of just a lot of half levels. So above this, say, whatever this high is, 169.40, we kind of have like 2 or 3 spots between 169.40 and 170.50 where we can see resistance step in and try to reject any breakout. So we'd like to see that 170.50 hold on strong, increasing outlier volume. If it's able to do that, if it's able to show us that sign of momentum, we definitely have a little bit of potential here to kind of pop up and over. This 170.50, right? Also a little bit of a point of confluence. So kind of similar setup here like the QQQ, where we want to see that trend line breakout, right? We want to see that same thing here from Apple. So if Apple can give us that relative strength, definitely looks interesting. And then compared to sort of the indexes, right? Apple isn't gapping down as much as they are. Now, I'm not going to put too much stock into that. I think that's just maybe a sign of relative strength because we still have to kind of gap up, that one. We still have to move that, 1 or 2%, right? 1.5%, right, before we get there. So that indication or that expectation of that momentum being there, right? Momentum disappears if it has to move 2% or 1.5%, right? Before you can then target another 1% move. So I just don't want to be greedy. I don't want to expect this market to want to be like a pure rocket ship, but if that volume steps in, if that momentum steps in, then Apple definitely has a really nice narrative here that can give us a little bit of a pop, right? Tesla's maybe my favorite setup here this morning, at least to the upside. So if we're talking about all that building momentum here, right? We're talking about, okay, 6 days of relative strength on the SPY, 6 days of relative strength on the Q, right? We're getting that same profile here on Tesla, but unlike those indexes, right? Unlike some of its other market peers, Tesla's giving us that really strong increasing outlier volume. So we're getting that full body, most bullish candle. We're getting that strong increasing outlier volume. So as we're making higher highs, as this trend is increasing, now we're making higher highs, but higher highs on more volume. And then the volume or the candle where that volume is being made up of, we have an indication here that it's pretty much just all bulls, right? That's what this full body candle tells us, right? There's no real selling pressure. There's no real no defense, right? Like there was nothing there that had to be done. So really, really good momentum. Now, Tesla needs to break up and over this 10.05 area, right? That's sort of the mark here. In between this kind of a Same thing like that Apple, where there's kind of like those half levels, or there's kind of a few little spots in between. It just isn't quite perfect. So we'd like to see this momentum step in, be a little bit stronger, be a little bit more brash, right? This gap down slows things just a little bit. But if we can get this thing to break out over that 10.05, starts to move $10 at a time up towards that 10.30, 10.35 mark. And again, right, same story like that QQQ, where we got that trend line breakout, right? We've got that opportunity, and we have that momentum behind it. So this certainly looks like it's the strongest of names. And if the indexes aren't moving, then Tesla's probably not going to move either. But if the indexes are strong, if they're giving us that sort of bullish momentum, Tesla's going to be very much near the top of the watch list. Microsoft, right? Similar story like QQQ, pretty much looks exactly the same, right? Trend line breakout, decreasing daily volume, right? Trend line breakout, decreasing daily volume. Needs to kind of break out, hold this 305.50 mark, right? If it can, then we certainly have a little bit of room up towards that 306.40. Need to be a little bit cautious on that first risk reward profile. So 90 cents might be tough to kind of get that, might be tough to get that 2-to-1. And then same thing, we've been dealing with Microsoft here for a little bit, where it doesn't have that necessarily easiest option volume here off this opening bell. So need to be a little bit cautious with that there as well. But if we can clear that 305.60, 305.50 mark, definitely seems like there's a lot of room up towards that 310 barrier. Just Microsoft has been a little bit challenging to trade. So let's not get too attached until it looks absolutely perfect. We've seen a lot of sort of decreasing daily volume across the board, right? SPY decreasing daily volume and gap down, QQQ decreasing volume and gap down. So that certainly creates the opportunity for a little bit of a volume divergence breakdown, or something, one of those things that we could kind of chase after here today, right? If the indexes start to sell off and they start to show us that momentum to the downside, something like this AMD might be my favorite play, right? It's kind of the only one that's sort of giving us a scratch, bearish day, plus that, second most bearish candle shape. So we have a little bit of momentum here to the downside. Also at the top of its sort of channel range, creates a little bit of an area of expected resistance. So if we can get this thing to now sell off and break down, certainly looks like it has a little bit of room down towards that 110 shelf. If it can lose that 110 shelf, then yeah, things can get pretty nasty, move towards that 100 barrier pretty darn quickly. But my expectation is not get too greedy, right? We should be able to get an opportunity to chase this initial breakdown towards that 110. So hopefully that if things go to the downside, right, we have an opportunity there. Essentially, we have one kind of A+ look to the upside, which is Tesla, and one kind of like A- look to the downside here on AMD, right? It's not A+ because it's not outlier volume. That's the only difference compared to sort of the relative strength we're seeing on Tesla. But then we also need to kind of contextualize a little bit, right? So Tesla, full body volume, right? Good momentum, good breakout, but then gap down, right? Gap down doesn't exactly support that momentum thesis. Whereas on AMD, right, okay, maybe not outlier volume, maybe not increasing, it's not like slapping you in the face where it's like super obvious, but it's gapping down, right? So we're still kind of getting that 2 out of 3. It's just a different 2 out of 3, if that makes sense. And then Nvidia, right, maybe one to more to watch than to trade here personally. If this thing can break down under that 259.50, probably be more interested in then seeing if that AMD can kind of give us that relative strength. 2 days of sort of indecision is fine, but the relative strength that we have on the 18th, right, and the 16th is just a little bit scarier than what we have right here on AMD. So AMD on the 18th, right, okay, not bad volume, right, but not nearly as impressive as we saw here on Nvidia. So a little bit of caution required until this thing just looks absolutely perfect. Like always, we're probably going to have a few sort of other names that look pretty interesting here today, but we need to be a little bit just patient, right, until things look absolutely perfect. GME is definitely rocking and rolling. AMC definitely has a little bit of momentum here today as well. But realistically, these are not names that I'm going to be super interested in, or names that I'm going to be like really going after. I think realistically, they're probably going to have really expensive implied volatility, and it's just not going to be worth it for me. So if the memes want to run, so be it. If you guys are interested in trading them, let me know, and I'll talk you guys through what I would do. But these aren't really names that I trade consistently, so I'm not going to compromise what I do on a day-to-day basis to kind of trade the flavor of the day play, right? I normally trade SPY, QQQ, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, AMD, Nvidia, with a few other names sprinkled in here and there. But I try not to get too aggressive, right, or too ambitious, kind of hunting after some of those moves. So guys, right, that's pretty much this morning's plan. We'll see how the day shapes up. We'll see where that relative volume lies, and then we'll have a really good opportunity to hopefully take advantage of sort of this relative strength that we have been seeing in the market here recently. We do have a little bit of kindling here still though, right? Treasuries, 10-year T-note at 2.353, and then the VIX hanging out at 24.01. So we do have the expectation of there being a little bit of volatility. We need to make sure that it's the right type, right? It's not that kind of grind, chop. We want clean trending breakouts. We don't want to see huge wicks. We don't want to see really nasty risk reward profiles. We want things to look absolutely perfect here this AM. When we get those A+ looks, we do really well. When we compromise and we chase after things that aren't there, right, that's when we start to lose sort of our edge. So let's make sure that we continue to control the things that we can control, be very processed oriented, and then everything else will take care of itself. Like I said, guys, if you have any questions, please pop them in the chat. Introduce yourself, say hello, all those sort of beautiful things, right? The more people or the more that you have questions or the more that you can ask, there's more for me to talk about there. So like I said, guys, right, please introduce yourselves, get as involved as possible. If you guys would be very kind, you could like this video and subscribe to the channel if you aren't already subscribed. The more people that like the video, the more the YouTube algorithm picks it up, and then the more people can come view the stream and hopefully learn those good habits, right, that they need to become successful traders. So really would appreciate that if you guys could help me out there. And then if we're able to get to sort of all-time highs on viewership here today, I'll do a little giveaway and kind of give away a free month to DTR. So if we're able to kind of creep this up towards the 50 consecutive viewers or concurrent viewers, I'll do a giveaway for a random member. So please share, please, share the link with your friends, and let's get this thing as big as possible here this morning. Let's have ourselves a really strong day. Let's have ourselves a really good session and hopefully see where this sort of relative strength lies. We should have about 30 seconds here to market open. So let's be a little bit patient here. Number one priority is probably going to be this AMD as it's the closest towards that breakdown target. Most reasonable opportunity for a initial breakdown off this opening 5 min. So let's see how this day shapes up. And from there, guys, let's have ourselves just a monster day. So it's just an Amazon from yesterday, so apologies from that. So let's see how market opens here, right? We're going to look for relative strength to the downside. Our probably bias, right, is this AMD if we can lose that 113.50. Again, though, right, same thing like kind of that look we were talking about with Microsoft. Thanks, Damon. Yeah, my pleasure, man, my pleasure. So, right, what kind of same thing with this Microsoft here on this AMD. Sorry, I lost my train of thought for a sec there. Is that like this first risk reward profile, like 90 cents, we might struggle a little bit there, right? So if we're not able to get this thing to kind of give us that right pop, if we're not able to get that sort of perfect momentum, we're going to struggle here a little bit with this AMD. So want to make sure we have that right risk reward profile, want to make sure that things look absolutely perfect. And then when they do, we're going to have a great opportunity to take advantage of those moves. Tesla showing us a little bit of that relative strength, right? Only kind of like 20 bucks away from where we're looking at with a really good opening $1.50 of volume. So this thing could definitely be really interesting here, but probably not going to set up on the first 5 minutes, right? So let's continue to be just a little bit patient. Apple seems to be testing this sort of backwards trend line here, right? Now let's see if we can kind of find a bounce and pop. But same thing, right? We need to see a really strong outlier candle. Really need to see that strong, impressive volume for us to have an opportunity to kind of take advantage of this move. There's AMD now bouncing off of those lows. Didn't quite trigger here for us. So relative maybe sign of bullish momentum here this AM. Let's see where that relative strength steps in and defends. Tesla, right, starting to push towards that 990 barrier and getting a lot closer towards sort of that breakout target we're looking at. So hopefully this thing can kind of continue to set up and behave the way we like. Definitely not a bad volume pace on some of these names here so far. Not great on the indexes, but not bad on some of these individual outlier names. Let's just see where that sort of relative strength lies. Okay, so there's that AMD breakdown, right? Good volume pace. We're not going to chase this down yet, right? We're not going to chase this down yet. We need to see this area break and hold on volume, which it's going to do, right? It's got the volume. I don't know if it's going to give us that right candle profile, but we're looking for something that gives us kind of this most bearish, second most bearish, or normal body bearish, because we want to, like, our entry target is always low of confirmation candle, right? So if the low of the confirmation candle kind of closes, okay, say it's like this 113.20, but then we close 113.50. If it's going to pull back, right, and then kind of break down, what that does is it really skews our risk reward profiles to the downside, where it becomes almost impossible for us to kind of get that 2-to-1 profile, right? So that's why we want those full body candles, right, on any breakdown or breakout, because it gives us the best chance for the name to give us a little pullback and then go with the risk reward profile that we're looking for. So AMD definitely going to be on watch here. I don't know if we have space towards that 112.60, but definitely is a little bit here, right? If we can break that 112.60 and kind of hold around that zone, then we certainly have an expectation of this thing being able to run towards that 110 barrier. Hey, Paco, how you doing, man? And good morning to you as well. Good volume from QQQ, not quite outlier. 35 seconds to go here or so. Definitely looks like it has a little bit of room down. But like I said, guys, very scary to kind of still sell into this trend. So if we're going to be chasing after these bearish breakdowns, let's give us, or let's take a stab at things that are giving us more of an A+ look. Now, AMD, not quite A+, right? Because yesterday's volume profile wasn't exactly super outlier. So more of an A than an A+, but good volume here off this opening bell. Definitely seems like there could be a little bit of momentum to the downside. So let's see how this thing closes, right? As is, not getting a very good close, right? Now we're risking 50 cents, you know, at a very minimum for a move that's 60 cents, right? So that's not the math that really makes sense for me. So I need to be a little bit cautious there, right? Where it doesn't give me an opportunity to sort of maintain that edge. I'm going to wait for that 1260 area to kind of give me that break and hold. If it can, or if it can give me that momentum, then it's definitely an opportunity to kind of run this thing down, right? That 1260 to 1060 is a lot nicer of a level than that 1350 to that 1260. So a little bit more potential here to the downside if this thing can kind of behave the way we want. So let's be patient here. Nothing's looking A+ yet, so being cautious. Tesla, very impressive volume off that opening bell. Kind of giving us that pseudo divergence compared to sort of the indexes, right? So remaining a little bit cautious here still in the short term. Not exactly a high conviction move here on the index level, right? A little bit of a fake out there from SPY potentially. So this Tesla still very much in play, but would like to see that 1005 area break. AMD, right? Okay, inside bar here so far. Not chasing this, right? Not until that 15-min time frame. Gives me a little bit more conviction on any breakdown. Hey, good morning, Kyle. Let's have ourselves a big day here, right? Hopefully we have a lot of momentum or a lot of strength here that steps in. Definitely looking good here on this AMD. Not going to be there on this next 5-min candle, right? We're not getting that increasing volume. So still just going to wait for this 15-min time frame. Very much behaving on a good pace here. Tesla now starting to fade a little bit, so that momentum is drying up. Need to be a little bit cautious that this thing doesn't want to fake us out. So let's be patient, right? Let's see how things go. So AMD definitely looking interesting. Nvidia, not so much, right? Need to see those outlier candles, outlier volume step in. AMD definitely giving us that best look, but not chasing after this candle, right? Not that increasing volume, not that building momentum. So let's just be a little bit patient here still. QQQ, no increasing volume on any of these bars, but likely we have an opportunity to kind of give us that engulfing on volume on the 15-min time frame. That could certainly become a little bit more interesting as we're seeing relatively consistent volume profile here off this opening bell. Don't like the divergence we're seeing between Apple and QQQ. That's a little bit of a mixed narrative that I'm not super convinced by, right? Apple's the largest makeup or largest holding in the index. So if the index is selling off and Apple isn't, which one is going to drag the other, right? Which one's going to pull the other one to where it needs to be? If Tesla then wants to give us that breakout, I'm not sure if we really want to start to trust maybe this relative weakness we're seeing, right? Relative strength to the downside that we're seeing on some of these indexes. So AMD now maybe pulling back here a little bit, right? Nvidia pulling back here a little bit. Apple starting to show us a little bit of momentum, right? To support its previous trend. Maybe this starts to become a little bit more of an opportunity where we can look at, this 10.05 breakout on this Tesla. So this could certainly be a bit more in play as this market is now starting to show us a little bit of a sign of strength. So hopefully we can get a good opportunity. So yeah, Tesla's definitely going to be interesting here, guys, right? Has an opportunity on this 15-min time frame. See if it gives that break and hold, right? We're certainly going to get that outlier volume here. So this is certainly behaving pretty well. Realistically, probably going to be looking at something like the 1020s, maybe not, maybe something like 1050s. The 1050 calls have pretty good volume, so that's probably going to be my bias here. So let's see if this thing can kind of give us that breakout over that 1005 and then hold, right? Good volume profile. So let's see how this thing kind of finishes off this next 3 minutes. AMD, right, kind of very much pulling back here and not really giving us that sort of follow through. So not going to be chasing this in the short term. Apple, right, giving us still that momentum, right, has a chance to go that engulfing on volume, but we want to see a breakout over that 170.50, right, kind of that no man's land in between there where there's a lot of sort of mixed levels. QQQ looking to find a little bit of buyer support here, not quite perfect, but certainly building a little bit of momentum. So Tesla definitely number one priority. Let's see how this thing closes. We have another 2.5 minutes on this candle, so let's see if this thing can close on conviction, full body, full volume, and then we're gonna have a really good opportunity to kind of run this thing up towards that 10-15 mark. Insane volume here on AMC to start the morning. But like I said, guys, it's not a name that I'm super interested in trading. So I'm going to stay away from it and kind of focus on my core names here in the short term. Very much interested in this Tesla, right? Looking at those 1050 calls. So let's see how this thing kind of closes and see if we can get that perfect look here to kind of get our first play off. So I'm watching the 1050 calls here on this Tesla, right? Let's continue to watch how this thing closes. So we want to see this candle go red here first, right? Create a logical area for a stop loss. Figure out where our risk reward profile is, right? As long as we can kind of get a risk reward profile that's sort of less than a couple bucks, right? We're going to have an opportunity to kind of run this thing up. If we don't get that perfect risk reward profile, I don't want to chase it, right? It's not going to be justifiable. So as long as we get that 2-to-1 risk reward profile as we're getting, right? Definitely looks like there is some space. So I'm interested in these 1050 calls above that 109 here potentially. Just double check, right? Make sure we're not screwing ourselves over, not chasing after action that isn't there. Definitely looks like there is a little bit of room, so we have some potential, but now starting to pull back a little bit more than I'd like to see, which complicates things here just a little bit for this Tesla. So maybe starting to look a bit like a risk reward failure, right? I'm not going to take a $10 stop for a move towards that 10-15. Right, that's not worth it. We're risking $10 to make $6. That's not an equation that creates an edge for us, right? That makes sense. The numbers don't work in our favor in that context. Wouldn't say any super high conviction looks across the board. So a little bit of a slower market open. That gap down this AM certainly killed a little bit of that momentum. If this Tesla can give us kind of like an inside bar and then on this 5-minute time frame, right, like inside bar, little low vol pullback, an opportunity to kind of have that risk reward profile in like that $2-3 range, that's where things can start to get really interesting. When we start to have a lot more than that, start to have to be a lot bigger than that, starts to become challenging, right? Really good. We talked about just a few minutes ago how we want to make sure that these look like the most bullish, second most bullish, normal body bullish candles on any breakout, because that's what gives us that opportunity for that right risk reward profile, right? When Tesla opens up $3 away, we basically can't survive any real decent sized pullback and still have a good risk reward profile. So that's why we care about candle strength so much, right? So it gives us the most realistic option to sort of jump in and kind of get after what is hopefully a strong play. Now, not dead yet here, right? It could be big volume breakout, right? Pull back, consolidate, and then go. Things don't necessarily need to go in a straight line forever, but you need to be a little bit cautious here after this initial pullback. Just a little bit maybe of a warning sign that this thing will be a little bit choppier than we'd like to see, or at least a little bit choppier than the price action we saw in Tesla yesterday. So being cautious, right? Going to be trusting maybe those longer time frames more than those shorter time frames, and then we're going to have an opportunity to hopefully find that strength, right? I keep saying that, I keep stressing it, but it's really important that we understand or we become really confident that as traders, we don't get paid for our time, right? We get paid for our decisions. So I don't care that we're 15 minutes in and I haven't had anything close to a setup, right? That's not really the point. I'd rather wait for something to be perfect than compromise and chase after something that's shit. So we get paid for our decisions, guys, not for our time. So let's continue to make really good decisions, because all we need is one trade a day, right? That's all we need. And if we can't get it, so be it. We'll find another trade tomorrow. We'll find another trade on Friday, right? That's the way this market goes. Market's always going to be here. It's going to outlast us all. So let's not make decisions where we put ourselves in a situation where we can't trade optimally tomorrow, right? So no forcing plays, no rushing shit that isn't there. Let's be disciplined. Let's be patient. Let's take advantage of A+ setups when they come together. And then let's not compromise just because we're bored or because we want something to do or because we're like in a rush to make money, right? Every time we have those emotions, we tend to make bad decisions. So let's not do those things, right? Let's build those good habits. Let's create positive momentum for ourselves, and then everything else will take care of itself. Going to be trusting, yeah, like I said, guys, longer time frames here now, right? Especially some wiki action. So let's reduce some of that signal noise, right? Let's wait for confirmation on those longer time frames. We've got good volume pace to the downside here on AMD, right? We're creeping up towards that 112.60, kind of bouncing right off that level, right? 12.55. So really looking good. There is that potential, but we're 10 minutes away. We need to be patient. Let's not force it. Let's not rush it. Don't need to do anything silly. So sit tight for a few minutes. We're going to wait for the market to kind of give us exactly that same narrative, right? Give us that consistent story. And then we're going to have a lot higher conviction of having an opportunity to kind of chase moves to the downside or the upside. For now, certainly looks like there's a little bit, at least in tech, right? Really good volume on QQQ. We don't see this kind of 30-min volume step in so aggressively so early, right? We're kind of at the exact same volume pace here as yesterday with 2/3, right? Only 2/3 of the time eclipsed. So we still have 10 minutes to go on these candles. So I would expect this to be one of the larger volume days to the downside or opening volume bars in a very, very long time here in QQQ. That's definitely a lot of momentum here to the downside, but let's wait for that to kind of confirm our narratives, right? To kind of confirm that full conviction story. When it does, we're going to have a look, right? We've got a really good setup here on this AMD. So we're going to wait for the indexes to tell us a consistent story. We're going to wait for AMD to kind of give us that perfect full body, full volume close. And then we're going to have a really good opportunity to kind of chase a $2 move down towards that 110.60. So be patient, guys. We're getting closer, but not quite there yet. So still looking good shape here, right? Still looking on good shape here in this AMD. We want to see just a little bit more high conviction candle close here, right, on this 30 min. So a little bit more of a pullback than one would like to see, but under this 112.25, we still have a lot of room down towards that 110.60. So we can still afford to be a little bit patient here. Interesting kind of recovery here from Apple, right? A little bit of an interesting move. Definitely interesting. We'll be watching this. Again, needs to break out above that 170.50. Not sure if it's ready. Tesla could have those legs again, but we want to see the indexes step in and support that move. Starting to see maybe a little bit of a pullback here from the indexes. So let's be patient, right? See where that strength steps in. We're close on Tesla. We're close on AMD. So we have a play in either direction. Let's just figure out what this market wants to do, what it wants to show us, and then we'll take advantage of that move. Okay, so a little bit of a challenging close there from AMD, right? Would like to have seen not as much of a candle profile here. Now, that being said, right, we have a little bit of space still. We still have like a 50-cent profile. We still have a little bit of an opportunity. What I'd like to see, though, right after this high volume indecision is a candle that kind of steps in and shows us that building momentum, right? I don't feel super convinced by this pullback here, right? If we're going to look at the candlestick cheat sheet, it doesn't really look too much like this most bearish. Doesn't really look too much like the second. Kind of looks like this normal to neutral. And so it's starting to kind of lack a little bit of that relative strength, right? Just a little bit. It's kind of how it feels. Apple 1-to-1 risk reward profile there, not nearly good enough, right? And there's a little fake out from Nvidia, which maybe complicates that bearish thesis a little bit on this AMD. Apple, I still want to see it to climb that extra dollar. Just seems to keep getting stuck here. Cannot give us that look. Good volume from QQQ, but bad candle profile. Tesla, right? Like to see it break out on volume. Give me that high conviction look. If it can give us that pop, going to have an opportunity. Microsoft just consolidating. Nvidia, AMD, not really in play. PayPal, not really in play. Roku, not really in play. I'm just looking to see if any of these names, right, want to give us looks, and we're not particularly getting anything super convincing here off this opening bell. Not bad for something like this BA, but we're looking at these individual candle profiles. None of these on the 15-minute time frame are really giving us that outlier or increasing compared to previous day. So no real sign of that building momentum intraday. So not ever going to get to A+ there for me. Amazon, right, indecisive, not really in play. So continuing to be just a little bit patient here still, right, waiting for things to look absolutely perfect. We're not quite there yet. Tesla may be back in, right? Apple may be back in contention, but we're still not quite perfect. Right, so Nvidia looks a little bit more interesting here compared to, say, AMD. Now, it needs to close out better. I'm not sure if it's going to do that here all of a sudden, but it's at least giving us that increasing volume candle, right, as it's making these lower lows. Now, not getting that right close here all of a sudden, right, seems to be flipping its hips a little bit the wrong way, but certainly looks like that could have some potential here to the downside. There's a little bit of room down towards, say, that 253.35, so definitely is some space if markets want to cooperate. But still, right, maybe a little bit more consolidation than one would like to see here so far this AM. And I wouldn't say I have much conviction in any of these setups here yet. Still looks fairly indecisive this morning. So being fairly cautious, right, until we get that sort of proven otherwise. If we don't get a trade, guys, we don't get a trade. I'm not going to force it just because I'm live streaming. Want to be very, very clear about that. I don't rush trades just because I want to. That's not my style, not the way I work. So hopefully you guys can understand that. We're only going to chase after things, right, when they're absolutely perfect, and I don't have that conviction that things look absolutely perfect for me here yet. So still remaining very cautious until we can kind of get a little bit more information or a little bit more conviction on any of these breakouts. Still being very patient, right? Don't like what the indexes are showing us. That's a lot of indecision. That's not exactly looking super strong. So going to still be waiting, right? We have a lot of opportunities still, right? 1 hour time frame is going to give us a chance. Like something that's Apple pops on that, you know, it's like 70 cents away. If it can pop on that 170.50 on that increasing volume on that hourly time frame, right? We have an opportunity. So it's nothing to be super rushed about, nothing to be super nervous about here yet. Just need to be a little bit patient. This market's not it looks like it wants to kind of go green. Looks like it wants to kind of break out. Looks like it kind of wants to give us that potential. But I'm certainly not going to assume it's going to give us that until we get that sort of proven otherwise. So let's see if maybe we can make higher highs here, right? Sustain and hold, maybe break through that 10-15 on increasing volume. Then we're going to have a chance to sort of run that thing up $10. AMD, right? Not really giving us that follow through to the downside. So hard to kind of want to keep chasing it. Apple, right? Starting to get closer towards that 750 mark. You can clear, right? We've got $1.50 up. So there's a lot of space towards that 172 barrier. Just need to be patient, right? We need to maintain some of that relative strength that we want to see. And we're going to get those looks, right? We're going to get an opportunity to judge that relative strength when we get those full body candles with full volume, right? That's what we're looking for. When we have those, we start to have high conviction that we have a strong setup, right? Where our edge, we win 75% of the time. If we compromise on that, then we're going to struggle just a little bit more. So let's be patient. Let's keep things on numbers game. Let's keep things working in our favor. And then everything else, guys, will take care of itself. Tesla, right, creeping up towards that 10-15 mark. So if we can get that like outlier volume, right, like I said, we can get that increasing volume here and it's a good volume pace, we're going to have room towards that 10-24. So things are still in play, but it's just taking a little bit longer than we'd like to see here so far this AM. Okay, good volume profile here on Tesla, right? Definitely getting interesting. So I'm going to be interested here, guys. I'm going to just pop out that So sorry guys, just lost my train of thought there for a sec. So let's be careful here with this Tesla, right? See how this thing closes last second or two. If it doesn't give us that high conviction close, let's wait for this on the 15-minute time frame, right? We're gonna keep passing on the burden of proof, right? We're gonna keep passing on the standard of proof here. Look, we've got a decent amount of space here up though, right? So we can get a little pullback. We've got $4 risk for $10 reward. So the risk reward profile is in play, right? So this certainly could be interesting here on this Tesla. Would like to see it go, maybe a little visual confirmation of it going red. before it wants to break out. Apple on the 15 here might be the more interesting play. A little bit more conviction here on this candle than say something like this Tesla, right? Okay, good volume profile on this Tesla, but just a little bit of a rejection at that, say, 10-15, 10-18 zone. Just creates a little bit of, just makes me a little bit skeptical, right? If that volume was so strong, if that momentum was so strong, why did it kind of pull back there just a little bit at the end, right? So that's why I want to see it go red. Why I didn't chase this initial breakout. Need to see kind of buyers step in and defend here, because I only see sellers defending at the moment. So that's why I want to kind of get countered, right? So let's see if this thing can kind of give us that right look. We're not quite there yet, but continuing to be just a little bit patient, right? I want things to be perfect. I want things to be A+. Then we'll have a look. A little bit of a rejection here from this old Apple for now. Didn't quite trigger that alert, so still being just a little bit cautious. It's okay if it wants to pull back, right? That's not a big deal. That's totally fine. We've got a good volume up here on the 15-minute time frame. We've got $1.50 of room up, so there is some potential. Same thing here on this Tesla. If it can fill out, give us a little bit more conviction, right? We've got space, so we can afford to be patient, right? I know it sucks to see things run without us, and I know it sucks to see things move without us. But it's a lot worse when they move, fake us out, and then go, right? So let's be patient. Let's wait for things to look absolutely perfect. Give us everything that we're looking for and not force us to have to compromise on something, right? Every time we compromise on our setup, every time we compromise on our confirmation, every time we compromise on our ability to manage our risk, it makes it so much easier to then compromise again, right? So we don't want to build those habits, right? We don't want to trick ourselves into being undisciplined traders, right? We don't want to do any of those things. We want to make sure that whatever we're doing consistently is putting ourselves in the best chance to keep things a numbers game. And yeah, that's tough. It's tough when it runs like this, right? And it wants to go, because this is our thesis, right? This is exactly what we believed was going to happen. But we need things to look exactly the way we want. And it's okay, right? Tesla's got a lot of room here still. It's not... This is not like over and done with, right? This move is not, it's not evaporated here completely. It's just wait for things to be perfect, wait for get that perfect chunk, and then we're going to have an opportunity, right? No compromises, guys, no compromises. So if we can get this 1030 breakout, right? 1050 seems to be that next level, 1043. So we've got really good space here, right? See if Apple can give us that look here as well. But we're in okay shape, right? Nothing to force. Okay, good volume here, right? Really good volume. I'm very interested in this Tesla. Still very interested. But I want to see just that pullback, right? Want to see this thing when it closes. Give me that little pullback, right? Good, full body, second highest volume bar of the day, right? This is fantastic momentum. So let's see if this thing can kind of give us that perfect look. So see, this thing gives a little pullback. Apple gave us that look here too. So a little pullback here from Tesla, right? I want to see this thing go red. There it is, right? So now we can get this thing to break out up and over this 1032. I am definitely interested. Still looking at those 1050 calls because the volume is exceptional. But if they are too expensive for you, then please look at a different strike price. My personal option requirements are 2K option volume or more. And there's a ton of Tesla contracts that kind of give you that profile. So let's see if this thing can give us that right risk reward. Definitely looks like there is a chance here. $6. We're looking for yeah, we got good risk reward here, guys. I'm still interested if this thing can break out over that 1032.60. So, and I'm looking at the 1050 calls. They are a little bit expensive, and I'm going about 2/3 sizing here on my play. So there we go. I am in. Average price 2015. So let's see if this thing can now give us a little bit of a pop. Be patient here. Wait a second. All right, guys, I'm going to stop myself out here. Still not out, but being very can't get a fill. Still in. Still in, guys. Still in. Okay, let's see if this thing can now reward us, right, for surviving that. Give us that pop up and over, right? Tried to fake us out, so let's see if we can get this thing to now pop up and over. Certainly so far so good. Hopefully I give you guys enough information to survive that play. Apologies if you didn't have what you needed there. Don't know if I like this too much here from the Apple, right? It's kind of a sign of weakness that I don't want to see here. Okay, I'm going to stop myself out if it breaks through that low, guys. Alert will go off. You'll see the alert. Okay, I'm out. A little bit of an annoying pullback there. But rejections across the board. I just couldn't get a fill. So the price I had set, John, was just a little bit different than the price that was going off. So let me tell you what my price was. Give me a sec. This thing's gonna run here now. Yeah, so the price I had was just a little bit offside, and I couldn't get the fill price. And then by the time I adjusted it, it bounced back up. So just I mean, lucky, unlucky. I mean, it just delayed my pain by 5 minutes. That's pretty much it. Quite the rejection here now from Apple. Quite the rejections across the board. A little bit annoyed with this Tesla. Right? I think it was that good pop we were looking for. Disappointing. John, just a reference to one of your previous comments here. I just want to make it very, very clear, guys. I'm never going to tell you to get in, right? I'm never going to tell you what to do. I can't do that. That's where I start to get into a lot of trouble, right? So that's not something that I'm ever going to be able to directly answer for you, right? So if you got stopped out and you want to get back in, that's a decision you have to make for yourself. I can't be telling you what to do in that context. It's just what I want to very much stress here, guys, is that DTR, what it is I'm here to help you guys and to learn as much as you can, right, to become profitable traders. And I do that by showing you exactly what I do, why I do it, and how I do it, right? But I can't then flip that script to being telling you to do what I do exactly, or to do or to tell you what to do, because then I can start to get in trouble for stuff like insider trading or for manipulating markets, things along those lines. And that is not a comfortable situation for me. So I hope you guys understand that that's how it works. Here to tell you guys exactly what I would do, why I do it. But I'm never going to tell you to get in or to get out or whatever. You're just rolling again, eh? Love that. See if these 1 hour candles, right, can give us any high conviction closes. Like, guys, I'm here to help. I'm here to show you guys whatever I can and answer all your questions, right? And yeah, right, we all win together, we all lose together. I'm super transparent about what I do. Try to give you guys all the information possible, but there becomes, I have to have a line in the sand, right? I have to have a line I can't cross. So I hope you guys just understand that. So some of these hourly like setups, right? Really good volume on these hourly time frames. We can get a really good full body, full volume look, have an opportunity, but maybe getting a little bit of a fade or more of a fade than we'd like to see. It's a lot of indecision. Yeah, no, it makes sense, SF Trader. It makes sense. So let's see how these next hourly candles close. We can have maybe an opportunity to kind of chase after something else. But a little bit of indecision here, stepping up, right? Some fake outs in either direction here, right? And SPY looking a bit doji-like. So we need to be cautious in that context. But certainly looking okay. Definitely would like to see just maybe a little bit more strength from Apple, right? If you can give us that, you know, close around 170.50, this could be really interesting as a breakout. Oh, that's quite a compliment. Much appreciated. Look, man, the market humbles us all, right? We all take our shots on the chin. We all get beat up sometimes. And we all have to learn how to lose well, right? That's the number one thing. So I do my best to offer you guys a different service. And like I said, guys, right? Like my goal here with everyone who's in the room is for our goals to be aligned, right? I think there's a lot of trading services where all they want is your money, right? They want your subscription fee because they'll take your $200 a month or your $100 a month, whatever it is, and that funds their entire life, right? That funds their lifestyle, that funds their private jets that they show you, that funds their Lamborghini that they show you, right? And it's all bullshit, right? All they care about is you being in their room for as long as possible and being as addicted to the process of trading as possible, because that's when they make money, right? They don't make their money from trading. So they don't have an incentive to teach you guys anything. So that's where I try to be a little bit different. And if you guys anyone's ever interested in my room, now, no, maybe not the greatest sales pitch after that Tesla play, but if anyone's ever interested in my room, I offer a 90-day guarantee. So I'll turn you into a winning trader in 90 days or less, or your money back. So yeah, Sam for sure is the most humble trader. His P&L's hilarious. But yeah, guys, so if you want to join DTR, join the Traders Challenge. It's a 90-day program. If you pass or you spend the 90 days and you aren't a profitable trader, I will give you your money back. If you want to start, you can start for $1. That's all it takes. And you can try it out for a week, right? See what it's like and then figure out if it's for you. But like I said, it's 100% money back guarantee if I can't turn you into a winning trader in 90 days or less. That's the DTR promise. That's how I help align my goals to be with your goals, right? So we're all on the same page. We're all on the same team. We're all working for the same things together, right? Want to be different than other rooms? This is how I'm going to try to show it to you guys. And if you can find another offer that's like that, let me know. I'd love to check out their service too. Let's go, Michael. Nice work, man. Nice work. I'm guessing you played this little rip down here, this 113. Like a 45% scalp, man. That is incredible. Nice work. Yeah, no. So he's like, look, I'm not saying there's not other people that aren't good, right? But there's like so many just Discord servers. There's so many like other rooms where they just want you to be a number, right? Now there's a lot of legit people out there. There's a lot of people that run like newsletters and stuff like that. But the people that like a lot of people that live stream or that they like live tweet all their trades, like they're trying to FOMO you into plays, right? Because it pumps their position. That's what they're trying to do. If you're posting like a newsletter, right, that's different because that's more like educational. You're explaining why you're doing it. It's like when I worked at a fund, right, every day I would get bundles and bundles of research from banks, right? And I would read what Deutsche Bank has to say about Apple, or I'd read what Morgan Stanley has to say about Apple. And that would help sort of me formulate what I know what this market is doing, right? And so what Adam does with his newsletter is that same concept. He's trying to give you that research to sort of fill in. So the SPY is kind of catching my eye here a little bit. Kind of have a potential like gap fill situation, or like, you know, kind of to kind of get back in there. But just a little bit, so just a little bit apprehensive. This 15-minute doji is just making me a little bit nervous. Sounds good, SF Trader. Yeah, that Tesla moved real quick too. Which Nitesh, which strike did you play? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's tough. What was your position sizing? So, like, I'm down 0.83% on the day. So, guys, SPY is interesting here, but I want to see that outlier volume on a breakout and hold of this consolidation. If it can, then we have room up towards, say, that like 450 mark. So this could be in play, but needs more information from me before I'm super motivated by it. Tesla's teasing. I don't know if I have the nerve to try to take another stab at it. At least not yet. a little bit of consolidation, more than maybe I'd like to see here. Not good enough volume on that SPY. Yeah, no worries, Ben, no worries. Basically, we're just looking for any volume profile on a breakout here that is larger than whatever we had that started this consolidation. So here we've got 20 minutes of consolidation here on the old spider, right? We're looking for something that gives us a increasing volume bar that's more significant than the, say, 10-15 standard, right? Since we hit that volume standard, we've just been stuck in some consolidation. So in breakout or breakdown in either direction, you want to see volume that's larger than this 10-15. Right? Otherwise, we don't have any evidence that momentum is increasing and that consolidation can end. Yeah, great question. So I'm not really, I don't really use like moving averages too much. Not really too fussed by them. In general, my technical analysis is like high and low breakouts, right? Daily high and low breakouts, weekly high and low breakouts, monthly high and low breakouts. That's pretty much it. Stuff like SMAs, whatever, all that stuff can be totally the same. So I want to be careful maybe how I phrase this. So when I look for setup triggers, I'm looking for, I'm a breakout trader. So I'm looking for breakouts of high and low levels, high, right? Breakout over high, breakout over low, and then Bollinger Bands, right? Same thing. So looking for a breakout over the top of a BB band or a breakdown from the top of a BB band. Those tend to be the technical or like the indicator levels that I want to look at. And then in general, right? Like if I'm mapping out my levels, starting point is always daily high and low, right? Previous weeks high and low, and then previous months high and low, and then sort of just dragging those lines to be wherever it's like you see those most points of contact, right? So I'll just pick a different name here. This will be fun. Okay, this will work. So this is just the Dow Jones Industrial Average, right? So we're going to make these lines just different here. So yesterday would have been, so just for now, right? Red will be daily highs and lows, right? We'll make blue previous weeks. And then previous months, right? So we're kind of well within that range. So we can see here very quickly, right? Okay, we're kind of stuck in between the weekly high, right? Previous weekly high, now rejecting, breakdown through previous lows, right? If you can get a little bit of follow through, certainly seems like there's a bit of space down towards that 328.70. Now, what I want to stress here is this is all just my setup, right? Setup is never why I take a trade. So if I can get a breakout, awesome, right? But I'm still looking for another piece of information. So with my setup, I'm always very flexible. I can take, I mean, it can be a MACD cross, it can be a news event, it can be whatever. I mostly just focus on these breakouts, right? But it doesn't really matter what your setup is, right? Every setup works sometimes, and no setup works all the time. So it's a question of, okay, if I have the 200 SMA that I'm looking at, and every time it breaks through, right, breaks through and holds on that increasing outlier volume, right? Confirmation never changes. If it can hold on that increasing outlier volume, you're likely going to have a much higher chance of success than if it didn't, right? So once you have your setup, right, once you have your idea of why you want to trade it, you want to back test that idea, right? You want to back test sort of the success of that play, because then that gives you sort of the risk reward profile that you need to target. So say on the SMA, right, on a 200 SMA breakout, every time it breaks and holds 60% of the time, right, the next candle is a green candle, right? Let's just say that's the standard that one's looking at. That creates an opportunity where, okay, if it's 60% of the time it's profitable, I don't need to target, right? Like my risk reward ratio doesn't need to be 6-to-1. It doesn't need to be 10-to-1. It doesn't need to be whatever, because if I'm profitable 60% of the time, if I go 2-to-1 risk reward or better, right, the number works in my favor consistently. But then say you have a win rate of say 40%, or let's keep it 30%, make the numbers easier, right? Say your win rate on that, once you back test it, is 30%. Well, all that means is that instead of targeting 2-to-1 risk reward or better, if you have that set up, you want to be targeting like 4-to-1 or better, right? Where, okay, if I take this trade 4 times, I'm profitable once. If I'm profitable once, that one profit should be bigger than my 3 other losses. And the way you do that is A, keep your dollar risk consistent after stop loss, and then you back test and figure out what your edge has to be, right? Anyone can win in trading with your edge, right? Your edge can be 1%, your edge can be 10%, but that becomes realized when you're targeting risk reward ratios that give you an opportunity to fail, right? That price in your ability to fail on a breakout. So like setups, I can be really flexible in. Confirmation, I'm not flexible in. I'm always looking for full body candle with that increasing volume. And then once I have that information, I can back test, see what I'm successful at, and figure out what the win rates are, and then really take advantage, right, of those moves. So I know historically for myself, right, last year, 2021, I was profitable on like 74.6% of trades, something along those lines. So 2-to-1 risk reward ratio or better, 75% win rate, and you keep your dollar risk consistent. You just turn trading into a very, very simple numbers game. We're all going to have variance. We're all going to have losing days. We're all going to have losing weeks, right? That happens. But if we keep our things consistent, we control the things that we can't control, we understand why we're trading it, what the likelihood, the percentages of this coming off are, then we can put ourselves in a situation to just keep trading a very simple numbers game. So that's all what the objective is, right? That's it. That's what we're trying to do consistently. That's what we're trying to do always here. And if we're able to keep it a numbers game, yeah, we're going to have red days like today, right? But this is my first red day in 5, right? 5 sessions where I've had a trade. So, I mean, that's okay, right? I don't care if I go, I got 5 days out of 6 are green. That's awesome, right? You're going to build your account really, really quickly. So it's just a question of keeping those numbers consistent, controlling the things that you can control, and then understanding why you're taking it and sort of the likelihood or the relative strength of that setup. So hopefully that made sense. Maybe that was a little bit ranty and rambling, but hopefully you kind of understand what I'm getting at there. I'm not sure what the sweet spot concept is. Can you explain it? So definitely looks like it's starting to break its back a little bit, but on that back break, like I would have liked to see bigger volume here, right? That concerns me just a little bit. Now intraday, right? This is a good volume profile, but then hate the fake out here, right? I hate the fake out here. Good 5-minute vol. Say it needs to break and hold that 26 barrier on pretty increasing volume. Ah, interesting. Okay. I think this is really a market right now that's dealing with a, like, a lot of these breakdowns seem to be liquidity breakdowns where we get a little bit of a pop here off that opening bell and then volume disappears. When that volume disappears, right, then that shelf can kind of collapse underneath it. I mean, Tesla still in play. Inside bar here, right? Give us an inside bar pullback breakout, right? Could very well be in play. Let's go, Michael. You're killing it today, man. Nice work. Making me jealous. Love to see it, though. Love to see it, guys. Very nice on. Very nice. Stack them up, guys, right? Just stack them up. We don't need to be greedy. Base hits, right? We get big wins from having a consistent, repeatable process, not from sort of compromising any of the things that we do, right? So continue stacking up, guys, right? Don't force plays. Don't rush things. Be consistent with your process, and then everything else will take care of itself, right? The best traders are not outcome focused. They're process focused, right? Because they can't control the outcome. They can only control what they do prior to entering a trade. So make sure that that's what you're obsessing over, right? That's what your obsession is. If you're preparing well, if you're doing what you need to be doing, if you're controlling your risk, then it's just a numbers game. That's all we're trying to do here, right? Yeah, we lose, right? Sometimes it hurts. Sometimes it is what it is. But every trader loses, right? Every single one. If they don't, well, they're lying to you, right? So just control the things that we can control, and then variance will come and go. But don't force things. Hey, if you got a runner, right? If you got a runner, then, right, like lock in profit, protect your entry. Just don't let a green trade turn into a red trade, right? That's your responsibility. You have a lottery ticket here that's basically, you can have a lottery ticket here that's basically got zero risk. So put yourself in that situation. It'll take away some of that fear, push your stop loss above your entry price, and then hopefully you can keep getting a little bit lucky and get some of that follow through that you're looking for. This AMD is really interesting here. Like to see it pull back, though. Need to see it pull back. Right, we need to see that candle go red, give us a logical area for a stop loss, see where buyers want to step in and defend, and then we can look to run this thing up. Little bullish bounce here, right? Little fake out to the downside, now breaking out over this trend line. Certainly looks like it's got room up towards that 117.50, right? Pretty thin action in between, so definitely is some potential. But like I said, we need to see this thing pull back, give us a little bit of momentum, or see where buyers want to step in, right? We've got a little bit of space. We got $2 up. So we can afford to be just a little bit patient here still, but want a little bit more information before this thing is ready. Kind of want to see what like this Nvidia is doing here, right? We want to see this candle go red and then pop. So let's see if it can set up for us. Definitely worth watching here over the next couple minutes. So let's wait for this 5-min candle, right? We've got room up still got $1.50 from here. We need to see that pullback, guys, right? Need to see that pullback. Things run without us, right? That's the way it's going to be sometimes. So just wait, be patient, be patient. I know it's not always easy to hear. AMD, very, very interesting here, right? Let's see how this thing closes. Second here, right? So it's not bad. See how this thing pulls back. We have a little bit of space up. So see this thing go red first. We do have an area potentially. Okay, guys, I'm going to be looking at AMD 117 calls over this 116.40. Stop loss here about 30 cents. We have about a 10% stop loss. So pretty reasonable. I'm happy to take a full-size shot here. See where this thing pulls back first before we get too aggressive. Okay, risk reward is still in play, right? We've got a little bit over $1 to go up. We're targeting 117.50. So risk reward is still in play, but now need to size down the position just a little bit more, right? So it's gonna be a 2/3 size play here all of a sudden instead of a full size play. Maybe a little bit of a tough candle here on this AMD. Still might be in play though, right? Still in play. Just maybe not looking as convincing as it was, say, 5 minutes ago. Still going to be interested in a breakout here, up and over, right? We still have that 2-to-1 risk reward or better, so I'm happy to take a stab. All right, so watching closely here, right? 10 cents away. Looking at those 117 calls here. All right, so Apple definitely more interesting than AMD here. Let's take a look. Just wait for a pullback, right? We're at 171. We got a dollar up here, so we can be a little bit patient. Man, everything just keeps running. It's so annoying. Looking at those 170 calls. I'm gonna look to enter on a pullback here if I can. Let's watch AMD. Might give us that sympathy pop here potentially. All right, so I will be watching AMD here again. So still very much interested in this AMD. Not bad volume. You get a tight risk reward profile. That would be exhilarating. Apple could be in play. Has a chance. I'm going to be focusing on this AMD. I think it's giving us a little bit more opportunity for upside if it hasn't, or if it wants to pop. So I'll be watching AMD pretty closely here, guys. Still looking at those 177 calls. And I'm looking for a move above that 116.37. Still not in. Still not in. All right, guys. I am in. Average price 190 spot 5. 190 spot 5. 2/3 position sizing here. Hey, so far so good here, right? So far so good. We're going to be taking some profit off at 10%, right? So it's going to be approximately like 210, something along those lines on those contracts, right? And I'll be taking off 1/3 of my position there. Take off 1/3 of my position there. Actually, I was going to take off 1/4. I'm going to take off 1/4 of my position. Just keeps my math a little bit easier. That's the only reason. So 210 is my target. Once that 210 happens, if it happens, my stop loss is going to be 195. 195 on my remainder once I take profit at 210. So that's my first profit target. If we can get there, then hopefully we can keep getting a little bit of follow through. But nice little recovery here, guys, right? Really good patience. There we go. Locked in some profit on that first 1/5 of my position. Now, stop loss on my remainder, guys, 195. 195 stop loss. Let's see if this thing can keep going. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Hopefully a few of you guys are in this as well. Let me know what price you guys got. So let's see if this thing can now give us that pop through that 117, right? If we can get a little bit of an extra little bit of follow through, then we should have an opportunity to really run this thing up. Really like the way things are behaving here so far on this AMD. Have a chance. If we can get towards like that 215, 220 area on these contracts, should be green on the day. And at that point, I'm going to lock in a little bit more profit, right? Probably take off to be like about half sizing of my original position. And then kind of be really aggressive, making sure I don't let a green day turn into a red day. So really good job, everyone. If you're in this, congratulations. Really good patience. Now let's see if this thing can keep giving us a little bit of follow through. Like I said, going to take a little bit more off at around that 225 target here, which should be about that 1760 on those contracts. So a really, really good pop, everyone. Congratulations if you're in this. There we go, guys. Locked in a little bit more profit. Let's go, right? Let's go. Stop loss on my remaining half. I've got half of my original position here left. Is going to be at 215. 215 stop loss. Actually, I'm going to be a little bit... I'm going to go 210. I'm going to go 210. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Did anyone catch this? Let's go, John. Let's go. Yes, Nitesh. Yes. So let's see if we can keep getting that follow through, guys. Let's see if we can keep getting that follow through. But we are in great shape here now, right? Great shape. Really good patience. Really good recovery. Why we keep trading a numbers game, right? We're 1 for 2, but we're up, right? We're green on the day. We'll never complain about that, right? We got to continue to give ourselves a chance. Let's go. Let's go, SF Trader. Love that. Love that you're buying yourself more time, man. I respect your thinking for yourself. That's really good to see. So, guys, I'm going to take a little bit more off here probably as we approach that 240 mark, right? Just want to keep taking some off on the way up. I'm not going to take off that much on this one. I'm going to take off like 1/3 of my original, or 1/3 of what I have left of my original. Fuck, I can't say this properly. I'm going to take off 1/3 of my position of what I have left, and I've got half of my original. Does that make sense? So, yeah, 240 target here, guys, right? 240 target, and I'm taking off 1/3 of what I have left. There's the language I was looking for. Stop loss, I'm going to push it up just a little bit more aggressively. Now 215, right? Just going to keep being like 10% behind the current price. That's generally my goal here. Objective is to make sure if I get stopped out, I am green on the day. It'll be a scratch, right? If I get stopped out at 215, I'll be like probably plus or minus a couple $100. So that's right. I want to make sure I'm not throwing away all this hard work, you know? Dude, let's go, man. Let's go. Love to hear that. Guys, I stopped myself out. So, not quite green on the day, but back within striking distance. So, stopped myself out. I am down $357. I'll give you guys my P&L breakdown here. So, AMD, 5,700, plus 5,700, right? Tesla, minus 6K. So, down like $300, right? No big deal. I'm fine with that, right? I'm one trade away, always one trade away. Probably had a chance to lock in a green day here, and I didn't take it, so that's on me, right? But keep it within a numbers game, right? Keep it within a numbers game. So that's okay, right? I'm not going to complain. Let's go, John. Let's go. Love to hear that. So look, now it's pulling back, right? We had to protect our entry, protected ourselves from giving away more profit, right? That's exactly what we need to do. So just keep stacking up those wins, guys, right? Keep stacking up those wins. Everything else will take care of itself. So good job. We focused on our process. We did exactly what we needed to do, and we caught a really, really nice trade there. So congratulations to everyone. Really, really well done. Love to hear all the positive results for everyone. So for those of you guys who aren't DTR members and would like to become DTR members, you could start for $1, right? So I do two promos, right? One, become a winning trader in 90 days or less. Join the Traders Challenge. Commit to me, right? Let's align our goals. Let's put ourselves on the same page. Let's both be motivated to turn you into a winning trader. And you can start that program for $1, right? Get your first week for $1. Don't like it, no questions asked, refund. Right? No questions asked. Otherwise, become a winning trader in 90 days or less, guys, right? Or your money back guaranteed. So if I can't help you guys get there, it's not fair me charging you. So would like to be very transparent and open in that process. And you can join with the link in the description down below. And like I said, start for only $1. And I live stream like this every single day, right? For members. Day in, day out. All my trades, all my plays, all my entries, all my stop losses, all my take profits, all everything, right? And we got a Discord server. You get alerted to trades before they happen. You get setup alerts so you know when to tune into the stream. But we're here to change the game in the trading educational space, and would love your guys' support in helping to create the change we want to seek in this industry, right? Let's stop rewarding scam artists. And let's start actually focusing on what makes us better traders. Yeah, good question. Probably at this time, I don't know if I'd want to re-enter yet. Like, just time of day that we're expecting here for this thing, to kind of give us that continuation. We don't have the. Sorry, I keep. Let me rephrase this. So with AMD here now, we've had a little bit of a rejection, right? A little bit of a failure at, say, this 117.50, right? 117.60, that zone. Certainly a little bit of a rejection there so far. So I'd want to see like that get invalidated before I'm looking to re-enter. And my expectation here is that it's going to be really hard to invalidate that here now when we don't have the expectation of that volume stepping in. So over sort of this 11:30, 12, 12:30, 1:30 time frame, we don't historically get a period where that volume steps in. So what I'd like to see, I think, before I re-enter is kind of let this thing kind of catch its breath, right? Maybe consolidate a little bit, maybe give us like an inside bar or two, right? A little bit of just kind of chill, casual action, sort of within this sort of candle range, and then an opportunity to kind of break out and pop when the expectation of that volume returning comes back. So maybe something for like that power hour time frame, something along those lines would be sort of when I would be more interested. Right now, I'm starting to feel like maybe it's a little bit trappy, or that fake out plus the expectation of there not being that volume. It's like not screaming out enough confidence or enough strength for me to be super motivated to want to jump back in. Now there are some looks like something like this Apple's really interesting, like 30-minute increasing outlier volume, right? You got a little bit of room up, but like just not really at that 172 mark, right? We're just a little bit under our resistance. So we have a couple signals, but they're not really like anything high conviction. And so it just makes me hesitant, right? That being said, if we can get like a really high volume breakout here, right? I'm talking like this 1120 volume like we had here. If we can get another volume breakout like that up and over, certainly could look to trade it as like kind of an exception. But historically, this time of day now, you kind of, people just get trapped and the contracts decay way more than sort of the expectation of this thing moving is. So even here, right, halfway through this volume candle, right, 2.5 minutes in out of 5 minutes, we're not really looking like we're going to get that increasing volume. So it's starting to really scream to me like this is consolidation. So I think for now, there's not much there that's giving me any hope that there's going to be a re-entry here in the next 25, 30 minutes. So you'd want to see that it just kind of consolidates, catches its breath, and then maybe gives us a reset up or a re-trigger kind of 2 o'clock, 2:30, 3 o'clock, right? When we have a bit more expectation of that volume stepping back in. Great question. So I always recommend, right, locking in profit at 10%. That's always my target. Sometimes it's even less than that, right? But you give yourself a chance to kind of survive. Give yourself that sort of lottery ticket, right, where you have zero risk, and just make that process not stressful. Yeah, no worries, Natash, right? I'm not quite green on the day either. I'm essentially I'll call it a scratch day, right? But that's okay, right? That's part of the game. We all learn. We have to realistically, right? If you're then putting on bigger size than you feel comfortable with, or like you're emotional and you're trading with that emotion, you know, you're probably not going to trade that play optimally anyway, right? So it's better to protect yourself from yourself, right? Protect against that downside risk about making those emotions worse. And then it'll all kind of just figure itself out, right? A little bit unlucky, but you got to build that confidence. You got to build that momentum for yourself. And then all those sort of decisions will become a lot easier, right? So it's not an overnight thing. It's not something that happens right away. So I like that you're thinking for yourself. I like that you're protecting yourself from yourself, right? Sure, not being able to get all the way back to green is unfortunate, but our objective on a trade, right, is not to trade our P&L, right? It's to trade the process, not to trade the outcome. So we're not trading to try to make all our money back, right? We're trading because it's a good setup, right? That's the only reason we're taking the play. So if you then want to put in external factors to protect yourself, right, that's the way you're going to improve. That's the way you're going to grow. Yeah. Oh, good job. Yeah. Trading in the Zone is an awesome book. Highly recommend it to everyone. Best trading psychology book, I think. Just gets you to start thinking about trading as a numbers game, right? That's where the value in this game is, right? So love it. Love the extra work. You're only going to see benefits from that. So volume totally dried up here, right, on these 15 min bars. So hard to look at this and saying, yeah, the momentum is stepping back in, or like we have really high conviction here. Roku, interestingly, not. This exom is really interesting to me. I don't know if it's quite ready for me to take a stab at this thing yet, but I like the building volume profile as it looks to want to fill this gap, right? So we have a decent sized gap here to fill, you know, about $1, right? Something along those lines. So there's definitely a little bit of space down here towards this like $82 mark. So definitely looks like there could be something there. I mean, crude is definitely looking like it's breaking its back here a little bit. So there is maybe like a little bit of a sympathy sell-off. What I would just like to see though is on these 15 min time frames, right? Or 5 min time frames. If we're gonna get a breakdown, see a little bit more volume step in to sort of be more enthusiastic. Hard to look at this with any high conviction here at the moment.
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, everyone. So I'm not really comfortable with any of these setups here that going into this lunchtime period. Don't think there's any real potential here for me to take advantage of any of these moves. So I'm going to call it there for this morning session. I'm going to go take lunch, right? Should be back for around that 1:30 time frame like always. There's just no volume, right? There's no expectation of there being really much follow through during the this sort of lunchtime period. So be patient, sit tight, right? We still don't really have indexes breaking out or breaking down. So no real expectation of there being a huge amount of follow through available here for us. So sitting on hands, right? Not really rushing anything, not really forcing things that are not there, right? Let's wait for things to be perfect. So we'll be back around that 1:30 time frame like always. Like I said, don't anticipate taking any further trades here. Same deal like always, guys, right? If you guys have any questions over your little break, right, about any of the action we took or any of the sort of the plays that we took or anything that you're looking at, hit me up on Twitter, Discord, email, whatever you're most comfortable with, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Otherwise, spend just a little bit of time kind of resetting yourself. Again, be ready to come back fresh and focused for the afternoon session. So see you guys around that 1:30 time frame, and I'll be back to crushing it then. So back from lunch here, everybody. Hope you all had a very nice little break. Hopefully we can get to a little bit of action, but we are starting to see a little bit of these names start to sell off or fade here as we're sort of returning back from lunch. So bit of a pullback there from SPY, bit of a pullback or indecisive price action here in QQQ. Apple continues to hold up well. We talked a little bit this morning how we want to see what's going to pull the index. Is it going to be Apple that drags it up, right? Or is it going to be QQQ that drags it down? For now, certainly looks like Apple's holding up really, really well. QQQ continues to remain indecisive. So we're going to see where that momentum steps in. Tesla with a fairly aggressive rejection here so far today with an exceptional volume pace. Definitely not ready to kind of run this thing up or go yet, but definitely looks like it's in shape. AMD and Nvidia both kind of in that indecisive mode here. So lots of dojis across the board. Very much nothing else to trade here yet, or nothing that's screaming out that we need to get after it here yet. Good hourly candles, I wouldn't say, without very good volume. So still not much has changed. Maybe this Tesla, you could look for breakdowns, but I don't know if I want to play hero ball here under this 991. So not quite, we're not quite ready for a move here yet, guys, right? We're not quite ready for anything, but definitely looking like there is some potential here. We just want to see where that volume can step in. So something like this Tesla, right? That's probably where that opportunity to go green to red, right? Could definitely step in and really push things down for us. That for me would be where we start to have that sort of ultimate momentum to the downside. When we get those really big high volume reversals, right? That's when you can get a really big follow through, get that really aggressive action. So that for me would be very, very interesting. Roku, I'm not chasing, guys. I'm not chasing. So it definitely looks like there could be some play, right? It's pretty good 30-min vol there on Tesla. Not the best of candles, but like I said, guys, could definitely have a chance to kind of give us that green to red move and maybe even a little bit of follow through down towards that 975. I would say as is, right, probably the best looking setup here so far, or like biggest looking rejection. QQQ not quite where you'd want it to be, right? With a little bit indecisive, still that inside bar, right? Keeps things a little bit challenging. SPY maybe a little bit better, but would like to see bigger volume here. So I need to see that outlier candle step in before I want to chase this down. Maybe if this was a little bit bigger on the hourly, something that kind of looked like this 1230, right? Something that kind of looked like this 130 here. We're looking for something along those lines. And I wouldn't say we have a very good indication of that sort of relative strength to the downside. So for now, or at least in the short term, continues to be a very sort of a, I would say it's a little bit more of a casual play here. So for now, not really anything that's perfect. Hey, Sharon, how you doing, man? We are 1 for 2. I'm essentially scratch on the day. I know a bunch of people are green. But yeah, scratch day here so far, 1 for 2. How's your day going? Yeah, well, it's going to be a slightly different setup. Guessing you mean DIA? Yeah, no worries. That's awesome. So I'd say this looks more interesting than DJIA. I'm guessing this is what you mean, right? The industrial average ETF. Yeah, do you know where? You don't have to apologize. Actually, I'm surprised. This is kind of interesting. It's a covered call ETF. I didn't know those existed. Yeah. It's just the industrial average. Yeah. Which is interesting. Very interesting. In general, we had a little bit of a commodity sell-off, right? Like something like this Exxon. Like this could be the really interesting setup here to the downside, right? Little things like that could start to be showing us a little bit of weakness. But again, right, I don't want to get too attached to any of these individual names. Still a little bit of potential, I think, for some green to red reversals. But a little bit of mixed signals in some of these names, right? We've got so many dojis. And then like some of our big boys, like Apple, like hard to look at this as anything other than strength, right? On Apple. But stuck with high volume indecision here on the hourly. So mixed signals here, I think. Probably more than anything. So on this Tesla, right, tough for us to chase this down here yet. Although this is kind of that right volume profile to the downside, not a bad looking candle. We're basically risking $13 to make $13, right? So not for me. I'm not taking a one-to-one risk reward here, no matter what it wants to do. Now, if we go shorter time frames, like around the 5-minute time frame here, right, this is very much starting to look like a bear flag, right? So definitely have that momentum building, but probably want to see this thing at least get closer, right? Lose that $1,000 mark here, maybe that 990. Then we can look for an area to kind of run this thing down to. As is, right? It's a little bit irresponsible, I think, to chase this natural breakdown here. So I want to remain just a little bit cautious and a little bit patient with any sort of setup to the downside. QQQ, right? Not quite ready for us either, right? Still want to probably see those low of day breaks as we go kind of green to red, and then maybe we can target that 350 area, right? There's certainly a little bit of space under that 352 to create a little bit of momentum here to the downside. Not going to rush it though, guys, right? Not going to rush it. We get paid for our decisions, not our time, right? So let's keep putting ourselves in the right position to make good decisions, right? That's what our objective is here this afternoon. And I don't really want to compromise on that. So that's really the objective here, right? Waiting for that big volume to step in on any sort of green to red reversal. And then hopefully we can get a little bit of that action that sort of gives us an opportunity to turn this into a very nice day. But, right, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. And I'm certainly not going to be in a rush to force its hand to do something, right? Or to emotionally try to trade my P&L or anything along those lines, right? Those would be an unacceptable outcome to what has been a fairly patient day from us here so far. So 1 for 2 on the day, essentially scratch, right? So hopefully we can find something good, but if we can't, so be it, right? Market's always going to be here, and if I make bad decisions, I'm not going to have the opportunity to trade this market. So I'd rather be patient. I'd rather be diligent. I'd rather give myself a chance to survive and then have an opportunity to kind of thrive. So in general, right, on those 30-min closes, I wouldn't say too much high conviction price action there yet. Apple continuing to show pretty good strength, but not really good volume there, even on that inside bar. So I'm continuing to remain just a little bit cautious here. Something like the SPY, right? Kind of interesting, kind of not. Definitely looks like it has an opportunity to kind of go back, to the Bollinger Band, kind of reverse to the mean type strategy. So this is maybe a look. Got $2 up for 50 cents for risk, right? So the risk reward profile is pretty reasonable. I just wish this volume was just a little bit bigger, right? That's really the main hesitation. Yes, it's increasing. It's larger than previous candle bar, but it's not really that outlier volume, right? It's not really that like incredible sign of strength here. So that for me makes things just a little bit challenging to want to chase this, even though you're getting that 4-to-1 risk reward ratio. I don't know if this is a trade where I get a very good win rate on, right? If I have that volume that's sort of still not that exciting, it's not that strong, kind of creates an environment where I just don't have that much conviction that the strength is there that I want to get that move, right? There's strength in numbers in trading, right? It's why we want to enter after full body candles, after full figured gals, we want to call them, right? Where they're hefty with the volume and they're hefty in their shape. That's kind of what we're looking for here on any move. And when we don't have that strength, when we don't have that sort of backing behind us, it's hard to expect that we're actually going to have the momentum to climb that $2, right? So there's a difference between what can happen in theory, right, versus what is kind of reality. And so if the volume isn't there, if the candles aren't necessarily as strong as we'd like, if we're not getting those like obvious signals, it's hard for us to then to be like, it's almost like arrogant to think that it's going to run regardless, right? So we need those confirmation signals. We need that information before any of this looks interesting. So again, not really much for me to chase here. One sec, guys, one sec. Sorry about that, guys. Just got a call from my sister, so apologies for that. Didn't quite get that volume profile we are looking for there in that Tesla to the downside, right? So not going to be chasing it. Very much sort of stuck in this sort of indecisive mode here, right? After that sort of morning, that afternoon sell-off. So kind of sitting on hands here, not really in a rush to do anything too crazy. So nothing really particularly looks like it's setting up. We're continuing to see, right, if something does happen towards that power hour time frame, but I'm not quite sure if we're going to get there yet. So nothing's really changing, not really making any kind of wild moves or anything along those lines, but sitting on hands in the short term until something gives me that A+ look. Nice, Casey. That sounds awesome. So this Facebook hammer, right? Pretty good volume on it on this 30-minute time frame, but it's a red hammer, right? So if we're gonna go bearish candlesticks, I don't know if this is really good enough for me to want to chase after this yet. So good volume, but not perfect. We're 1 for 2 on the day, essentially a scratch day. Not really too much action since that morning bell.
vehicle functions.
So not too much is changing here, everyone, right? We're still very much stuck within this sort of no real follow through stage. Now we have a little bit of a chance here on something like this SPY here, right? If we can get this little bull flag breakdown to happen under this 444.70 area, starts to get a little bit interesting. Getting that increasing outlier volume here on those 15-minute time frames. So we are seeing a little bit of momentum step into the downside, or a little bit of relative strength to the downside. But I wouldn't say it's like screaming out super obvious here yet. I mean, AMD, not great, not good enough volume, right? We want to see it be at least bigger than, say, this 1445. So not really in play for me here to the downside. Nvidia, maybe a little bit better volume, but same thing like that SPY. We probably want to see it break down under these lows, right? And then maybe we have a chance to kind of get that follow through. On the old spider, right, we're probably going to be targeting something along those 443, right, 444 target. Assume like a $1 move if it can behave the right way. Would like to still see it hold though, right? That 444.70 target. Microsoft hanging out just at 300, not really breaking down, not really breaking out. If we look at this in this sort of daily context here, we have very small ranges here today, right? Not really big breakouts, not really any high volume days. So tough to get really trending or kind of that full body follow through if we're not getting that on the index level, right? So no strength from the indexes, no real indication of the I guess the gusto, maybe that's not the right term, but we're not getting that enthusiasm, right, from the indexes. So if we're not seeing that, it's hard to assume that those names that make up the index are then going to behave differently, right? We want everything to be telling us that same story, and we're not particularly getting a very consistent narrative here at the moment. So sitting on hands, being very, very patient, waiting for things to be perfect, but expectation is here now that probably not going to get a setup here to kind of close out this afternoon. Doesn't mean things can't change. Doesn't mean good things can't happen. But it does mean that we need to be just a little bit disciplined, waiting for things to be absolutely perfect before we chase any breakdown. And because we're limited on sort of the time we have left, we have a little bit of a clock that works against us here. So still some potential here. We are in power hour. We're going to have these 1 hour candle close in a little bit, 15 minutes or so. And there could be a little bit of a reaction there. But we just need to still just remain a little bit cautious and a little bit patient until things look perfect, right? 1 for 2 on the day. Not exactly a big one. Essentially scratch here, down like $300. So we'll see if something can come together, but not going to force it if it isn't there. Like I said, guys, we get paid for our time, or we get paid for our decisions, not our time. So let's put ourselves in a situation where we're consistently making good decisions. When that happens, when we get that follow through, we're going to have a great opportunity. If not, so be it, right? So be it. We're not going to force things that aren't there. So no real follow through on that Facebook hammer, eh? So we always want those green hammer candles, right? So although this closed at that least bearish candle, least bearish still not perfect for me. So want to see that upside momentum through that 215 area, right? Going to be very challenging to exceed that volume standard as well. So a little hammer, fake out, consolidation, right? Not really anything there or particularly interesting to trade. Tesla not really in play. SPY could be, right? Still potentially interested on a breakdown here under this 444.70. Apple maybe had a little bit of room down towards this bottom BB band. Not super convinced by it though, right? Going into tightening bands is a little bit maybe more consolidation than you would like to see. If it was maybe a more rejection when these bands are really open, then we have that expectation of it maybe wanting to reverse a little bit more. But here, right, it's just telling us that consolidation is happening. So not really in the mood to chase after that price action. In general, right, things are a little bit slower here now, definitely a little bit quieter, and I'm not sure I'm going to get a look. Still going to stick around, still going to watch and trade and see if something comes together. But like I said, guys, really nothing to force, nothing to overtrade here. For those of you who want to join DTR full-time, you can join at dtrtrading.com. Or if you're feeling brave and ambitious, you could start the Traders Challenge, right? The Traders Challenge is a 90-day program where the objective is to turn you into a winning trader. If I can't do that, then I'll give you your money back 100% guaranteed. Now, there are a few little terms and conditions there, right? You got to manage your risk properly. You got to learn the DTR core principles. But if you're able to do that, you're able to learn how to turn trading into a numbers game. I've got 100% confidence that you will turn into a winning trader. And I'm willing to back that up with my money, right? So if I can't get you there, I'll give you your money back and we can kind of go on from our separate ways. If you're interested in that, right, the link is down in the description there below. And you need only $1 to get started. So does anyone have any questions about today's trading, about anything we took today, any sort of core DTR principles, anything about my trading style, anything along those lines? Be happy to kind of go over that here now, right? Otherwise, guys, I don't think really there's too much to do here going into this last 30 min. Not particularly convinced here by this SPY candle. Would like to see just a little bit more follow through, maybe even go bullish and golfing before it's interesting. Similar narrative here on QQQ, right? Which is not exactly a high conviction look in either direction. So it's hard to want to chase after these moves. We're just not really getting those good looks here, right? So I don't think there's going to be anything to trade here for me now. I'm going to maybe just stick around for another 10, 15 minutes and then likely call it a day. Not the world's best day, not the world's worst day, essentially a scratch day, which is totally reasonable with what this market did, right? This is a baby range here. Baby indecision, no follow through, pretty tough to kind of get that big mega move. So happy you're able to kind of keep things in play. Good discipline, right? But that's the way it goes sometimes. We're not going to have super easy days always. We're not going to have super tough days always. But hopefully we're in a market that's a little bit easier to trade here now than say it was a week ago or a month ago. So remaining cautious, remaining patient, and let's see how the rest of the day shapes up. But otherwise, guys, right, we're still sitting on hands. We're still being patient. Nothing that's really changed. There's none of these narratives are giving us that kind of confirmation trigger, right? It's just a lot of indecision across the board. So indecision is the worst decision, right? Markets tend to not like that, especially on sort of this thin volume. So a little bit of a challenging narrative here today, at least a challenging one for us to get super involved or in love with. And yeah, nothing really to do here besides sit and wait. All right, so SPY making lower lows here, right? I'm not sure if we're going to get this volume profile to be where we want. Problem here, right, is we have a little bit of a clock against us, right? Where it's going to be very challenging to, just be able to get that clean move here, right? I think that's really the problem. I mean, we do have a little bit of extra time with the SPY, right? Because you can trade it after for about 15 minutes, right after market close. But need to see this really step up, really big volume here next candle. We can get like incredible outlier volume, right? Then it can start to get interesting, and maybe we can kind of take a stab. But if it does set up, right, I'll be going very small size, right? Kind of limiting my exposure and seeing, how it wants to behave, right? There's a little bit of extra risk trying to trade into market close, right? Because you have that time risk and you kind of get some funky algo behavior every now and then. So just like to be a little bit cautious, right? If it isn't perfect, or sorry, even if it sets up perfect. Not going to be playing anything that expires here today, right? That's a little bit of a death sentence, I think, or a little bit too aggressive from my perspective. So I'll be looking at March 25th puts here, probably something along the 440s, right? Maybe the 441s, something along those lines. I think probably 440s, they have the most incredible volume. So that would be probably my bias. We'll see how this thing closes over the next 3 minutes. If it doesn't give me a high conviction close, I'm going to walk away. If it gives me a high conviction close, I'm going to take a stab at very small sizing, kind of like a lotto size play, regardless of what the stop loss needs to be. Well, I mean, if the stop loss needs to be huge, I'm just going to stay away. But even if I can get like a 10% stop loss, I'm still just going to go lotto sizing. So I would say this is not looking like the close we wanted, right? A little bit of a make a lower low and then bounce back up. Good volume, but kind of a crappy candle here. Kind of like that Facebook hammer, right? Don't know if I really want to chase after it just because it's big volume, right? I don't know if that's enough information for me. This AMD is kind of interesting. But only 75 cents up. Probably not worth it. All right, everyone. So I'm not going to chase after any further action here today. I'm going to call it there, essentially. If you guys have any questions, pop them in the chat here. Otherwise, we're going to kind of call the day. Otherwise, right, same deal like always for everyone. If you have any questions outside of market hours, and this is for members or non-members, feel free to hit me up on Discord, Twitter, email, wherever you want to reach out, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can, right? There's no such thing as a dumb question. I'm here to help you guys. So whatever you need, guys, I'm here to help. Otherwise, have yourselves a fantastic rest of the afternoon. Have yourselves a fantastic rest of the week. And for those of you who want to become winning traders, join the Traders Challenge. Become a winning trader in 90 days or less, or your money back guaranteed. Link is down in the description there below. Otherwise, guys, have yourselves a fantastic day, and we'll see you all again tomorrow. Peace.